A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back in the Park Cricket League. It is match number 12. I have the two captains with me, Park Jewels and the Park Tigers, Ruchik Shah and also Pratik from the Park Tigers. Before he is also the birthday boy, of course. Thank you so much, Ruchik sir. Happy birthday, Pratik. And before the toss, I would like to mention all the sponsors. First of all, the title sponsor, Gadiya Group, 4 and 6 sponsor, Black Sphere, wicket sponsor, Roots and Ritual, Fantasy League sponsor, Bucket and Roll, Physio sponsor, Physio Rhythm, Man of the Match sponsor, Reboot, Ball sponsor, D3, and finally the jersey sponsor, Forecast and Multiply. So, Ruchik sir will spin the coin. It's just the call, and tails it is. So, sir, what will you do?
He'll have to bowl first.
Any particular reason for that?
Nothing. I think we guys are chasing good in last couple of matches. The wicket looks flat. Good's very good. And let the birthday boy have the first use of the pitch. So I wish him all the best for his batting.
All right, all the best for the game. Pratik sir, what would you have done?
So we were looking to bat first. Batting has been our fortress, so we would have batted first only. So yeah, he got bowling and we got batting.
A do or die situation, you have to win by a good margin as well.
Yes, team is prepared for it, and we had been talking about it past a week. We had off, and so let's see.
All right, all the best for the game. All right, thank you so much. So the Park Jewels have won the toss and elected to field first. Right then, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back in the Park Cricket League. It is day number 12, and it is the Park Jewels in the final league encounter up against the Park Tigers, who are playing their penultimate game of this league. So the top three sides qualify for the eliminator, and then directly for the finals, the side who will be finishing first. And Park Jewels, well, they are in with a shout of finishing first. On the other hand, the Park Tigers, they would want to try and win this game, and win this game quite convincingly, so that they can improve their net run rate as well, which will help them to qualify for the further stages. Here we go then. Ball number 1, Manoj on strike. And Ruchik, and a big appeal straight away. The umpire not interested. Let's have a look at that one once again. Shaping that one away from the right hander, beautifully bowled. An excellent bowling to start off. So no runs on the board yet. Well, Manoj is joined out there with Pratik, the birthday boy, who will be at the non-striker's end. And Ruchik, during the toss, said straight away that he is wanting to give a gift to him by bowling first, because the Park Tigers, well, they desperately needed to bat first, as they want to give themselves a chance here. They need to score big and try and win by a big margin, because their net run rate is very much in the negative. But the first thing will be to most importantly win the game, because that is the most crucial part for them. Manoj getting off the mark of the second delivery, and here comes the birthday boy Pratik taking his guard. Well, Ruchik has been superb with the new ball. He was in the previous game as well. And this time, it's gone straight up in the air, and it will land safely. Well, not quite on the middle of the bat. And Pratik, the birthday boy, is off the mark of his first delivery itself. Well, straight away wanting to go big, and it seems like the intentions are clear out here for the Park Tigers. So Manoj back on strike. Well, Ruchik continuing to pull those outswingers. This time very much close to the off stump, and defended nicely by Manoj. Well, once again, just push through the offside. Another dot delivery. And once again, nicely bowled by Ruchik. Beautifully done. So that is the end of the first over, with a score at 2 without a wicket. Right then, just 2 runs on the board after the first over. And it seems like they are straight away wanting to go with some spin inside this power play. Remember, first 4 overs being the power play, and then the 2 overs of power surge, which can be elected by the batting side. Straight away up in the air. And it will land safely. Well, that's the second time Pratik has played a shot in the air, and both the times the ball landing safely. Well, he has clear intentions, and it seems like the universe is with him today because it's his birthday as well. It is Mohit Agarwal bowling the second over. And this time an excellent shot by Manoj. That's the first black sphere 4 of this innings. One bounce and into the fence. Well, slightly tossed up. Well, in fact, it's been given as a 6 by the umpire. It landed just over the fence. So a black sphere 6 and the first boundary of this game. Beautifully struck by Manoj. This time nicely tucked away and no one behind square. And the ball will just trickle away to the fence. 10 runs and 2 deliveries for Manoj. Well, not the best of the deliveries according to the field especially. And 4 more runs to the total. 4 more black sphere runs to the total. So straight away Mohit Agarwal under pressure. And just the kind of the start that the Park Tigers need. And these 2 deliveries will give them a lot of lift. Especially Manoj will grow in confidence. He knows that this is the opportunity up against the off spinner. This time beautifully bowled. Caught him by surprise there. Well, pulling the length back a little. And how close was that to the stumps? And once again beautifully bowled. The ball just staying low. And now 1 more delivery left in the second over. So a good comeback this by Mohit, conceding 11 in the first 3 and then a couple of dots. And this time over the fielder. And another flag sphere 4 in the second over. 3rd boundary of this innings. Big over for the Park Tigers. Well, he knows exactly where the fielder is and beautifully picking that one up over the fielder inside the circle. And that is now the end of the second over with the score at 17 without a wicket. Well, Ruchik continuing and a big appeal. Once again, nicely bowled. Well, Ruchik has been a live wire with a new ball, hasn't he? For the Park Jewels. Signaled as a leg by the umpire. Well, there is a slip in place as well. And this time it's gone straight up in the air. And it's taken. Early breakthrough for the Jewels. Well, Manoj was timing the ball beautifully, but now has to depart here. A quick fire 15 by him. And once again, Ruchik with the new ball. How often have we seen that in this Park Cricket League season number 1? He is the go-to man and the captain leading from the front himself. 18 for 1 now. Right then, in comes Sham, the Hulk, at number 3. Nicely defended of the first delivery. Well, the Park Tigers really struggled in one of the previous games, especially up against the Lions, where they were bowled out quite cheaply, just for 56. And they wouldn't want to be having anything similar to that. Sham is the go-to batter, this time nicely driven. But there is protection out there in the deep, so just a single and Sham will get off the mark. And this time picked up by the birthday boy, and that's his first 6. Beautiful strike against the run of play. A black sphere 6 off the bat of Prateek. An excellent shot through that leg side. So now one more delivery left in this third. How does Ruchik respond to that? Well, it's played uppishly and it will land safely. Well, it's a dot delivery to end the over. Once again, beautifully bowled by Ruchik. That is the end of the third now with the score at 25 for 1 for the Tigers. So straight away a change in the bowling. Shivam Kadam will bowl this last over of the power play. Well, remember 4 overs plus the 2 overs of power surge. So the batting side can decide when to take the next 2 overs. It can be even immediately after these 4 overs. But the wiser thing would be to save those couple of overs. Well, Sham is the key batter and on strike at the moment. And it is going to be the left-arm pacer Shivam Kadam to continue. Well, nicely driven on the offside. Dot delivery to start off. Well, that one should be given as a wide. And it is given as a no ball, in fact. Wow. The umpire says that pitched outside the pitching area. And now a free hit for Sham. What a big, big chance to get his innings up and running here. Well, Sham wanting to keep it from the arc of the batter. And he's just kept it way too away from the arc. So a big chance for Sham. Well, you would feel that he would go for the big swing towards that leg side. There is a deep mid wicket, but it's a free hit, so he can take his chance. He will be wanting to try and play it over him because that should be in the angle, and he goes for it. He's placed that one through the cow corner region, and it's a boundary, making full use of the free hit. A black sphere 4 for Sham. Beautifully struck, and he's placed that one perfectly between long on and deep mid wicket in that cow corner region. No chance out there for the fielders. Well, they need Sham to play a big innings desperately, don't they? The Park Tigers, bottom of the league so far. This time nicely tucked away. He's beaten the fielder inside the circle at square leg. And another black sphere 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Sham. A low full toss. And he's placed that one to perfection. Well, the leg side being the shorter side for the right-hander. And this time played inside out through the offside. Well, a square drive in the end. Beautifully placed. 3 back-to-back black spheres 4s for Sham. And he is looking in very good mood out there today. Well, the bowler straight away under pressure. He's conceded 13 of his first 4 deliveries. Shivam Kadam. This time much more closer to the batter and a much better delivery. Well, that is exactly the line you would be wanting to bowl, the fourth stump line, especially if you're a left-arm pacer up against the right-hander. A game of angles, you would say. And now one more delivery left inside this power play. And the Tigers on 38 for 1 would be happy. They are going at a good rate, although they have lost the wicket of Manoj. Once again, nicely driven. This time straight to the fielder at mid-off, and he's made a total mess of it. It's gone right through him. And another black sphere for fourth one of the over for Sham. And that one, well, that should have been stopped definitely. And the Park Jewels, well, the bowler especially, will not be happy at all. It's gone right through the gate. So that is the end of the fourth over now, with the score at 42 for 1 for the Park Tigers. Well, Yash Thadeshwar is continuing now in this fifth over. Starts off by giving away a single. Pratik taking that single, the birthday boy. He's faced just 6 deliveries so far out of his 4.1 overs, bringing Sham back on strike, who was looking in very good touch in the previous over. Another quick single taken. So will be interesting to see how do they approach this innings outside the power play. Wow! Wow! Amazing piece of stumping by Keyur. How quick was he? And that's the wicket of the birthday boy Pratik. Well, this time he's not getting any other chances. Wanting to play a big swing towards the leg side, completely undone by the spin. And have a look at that by Keyur. Quick as a lightning. And the second one departs. Both the openers gone back in the pavilion. Roots and Ritual wickets. It's 44 for 2. Right then, in comes Deepesh at number 4. And Yash Thadeshwar, well, he's got a wicket off his very first over. Coming across the umpire around the wicket. Well, this time pushed on the offside. Chance of a run out. Non-striker's end. And he's made it. Well, the throw not quite on target. Had it been a direct hit, things would have been very interesting. So Deepesh getting off the mark of his very first delivery. A risky single brings Sham back on strike. This time pushed back to the bowler. Beautiful over this by Yash. Just the 3 runs and a wicket. And now one more delivery left in this 5th. Can he close it out? Well, once again, nicely bowled. Just the 3 of it and a wicket. That is the end of the 5th now, with the score at 45 for 2 for the Tigers. Well, Mohit Agarwal back into the attack, and he would be happy to and this time played in the air. And has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. Beautiful strike. Second 6 of this innings. And this time it has come off the bat of Sham, a black sphere 6. Well, that also brings up the 50 for the Tigers. Well, they have got it in quick time, but they have lost a couple of wickets. 52 for 2 now in 5.5 overs. Well, Mohit Agarwal has been very expensive today so far. None for 22 in his 1.3. And it seems like he is the bowler whom they are going to target, the Tigers. This time cut away and has gone straight to the fielder. Nicely fielded. Once again, a very good shot by Sham. Will that find the boundary? Yes, it does. Just enough in the end. And another black sphere 4 for him. Well, he's dealing in boundaries at the moment, isn't he? Well, you would say not the best of the deliveries. He knows exactly where the fielders are. No one behind square on that leg side. And there was no chance there for the deep square leg fielder to get across. So that is the end of the 6th over now with the score at 56 for 2. Has he taken it? Not quite so. Once again, beautifully bowled by Yash. Well, diving forwards and falling just short of the slip fielder there. Well, this is the Jewels playing to their strengths, isn't it? With the pace on strike, new batter at the crease and straight away putting a lot of pressure. This time it will be played down the ground. Finally getting the middle of the bat, Dipesh. And he brings Sham back on strike. Well, Sham is looking in very good nick today. 28 of 17 already. Once again, beautifully bowled. And this time, how on earth has he managed to find the gap between the wicketkeeper and the slip fielder? Only he will know. A very risky stroke. And what's happened there? The wicketkeeper, well, he's not been able to collect that one. He was trying to get away from the ball. And they get a couple of runs eventually. Well, all happening on that delivery. Have a look at that shot first. Playing that one right in the gap between the wicketkeeper and the slip fielder. A very risky shot. And then the wicketkeeper, well, he couldn't quite collect it. So 2 runs taken quite comfortably in the end. Well, once again, he beats the batter, Yash Thadeshwar. He's been brilliant throughout so far. Once again, just 3 runs conceded in the over. He's got 1 more left. And this time it will definitely be a wide down the leg side. And good backing up by the slip fielder. Keyur couldn't quite collect it at the first go. So just a single extra run. And Yash Thadeshwar, well, he will have to reload it. Once again, just pushed on the offside and a quick single taken. So that is now the end of the 7th over. 5 coming off it. The Tigers are 61 for 2. Well, beautifully bowled once again as we continue in this 8th over. Well, this time it's Sabrinath who is continuing here, and a quick single taken. Well, an interesting choice by the Park Jewels, continuing with pace, whereas the spin was working out so well. This time left alone, and it's not given as a wide. It was very close to a tram line. And now a wide delivery down that leg side. This time it will definitely be. And once again, well, it's not given as a wide by the umpire. Once again, very close to the tram line. And this time played behind square. Oh, what a good shot. He knows exactly where the fielders are. Dipesh with his first boundary. First black sphere 4 for him. Well, you would say not the best of the delivery, especially considering the field, the way they have set that one up. He should be bowling it outside the off stump, because there's literally no one behind square on the leg side. There's not even a square leg fielder. There is a sweeper on that leg side. And now they have asked him to move slightly square. But still he is in front of square, that fielder. And this time smashed through that leg side. An excellent piece of fielding by the fielder out there at deep mid wicket. Only a single. So that is the end of the 8th over now, with the score at 68 for 2. Well, Aditya is continuing in this 9th over, and it is the 6th bowling option for the Jewels. And this time it's gone straight up. Has that found the distance? Yes, it has. Beautiful strike by Dipesh. His first maximum, and a black sphere 6 to greet Aditya. Well, such is the power in this man. It wasn't quite off the middle of the bat, and still he gets a maximum, and how? Quite comfortably. And this time a wide down the leg side. It's gone right through the wicketkeeper KU. 5 bonus runs for the Tigers. Well, once again, not the best of the deliveries. Not sure exactly why would you be wanting to bowl that line, especially when you don't have anyone out there behind square on the leg side. And 5 more runs to the total. Well, this time played back to the bowler. So a dot delivery for Aditya. Once again, a big appeal. Well, that was never going to be given out by the umpire. It was way above the stumps. And they get across. Single taken. Brings Sham back on strike. Well, it's turned out to be a very big over. 11 have come of it already. And this time, well, it went straight up. Well, that will be another wide delivery. Not quite on the money today, Aditya, so far. And this time nicely defended. So that is now the end of the 9th over with the score at 81 for 2. Well, in fact, there's one more delivery still left. Well, we will have the graphic updated for you shortly. The first delivery is showing as a dot delivery, whereas there was no dot delivery at the start of the over. So one more left. And he's played that one behind square. But this time there is protection. So just a single. That is now the end of the 9th over with the score at 82 for 2. Well, straight away played uppishly. Single taken by Sham at the start of this 10th over. Sabrinath continuing. Well, you would say that they are going at a very good rate, the Tigers, and especially with wickets in hand, they could be in here for a big total. This time played back to the bowler. This time nicely cut away. It's in the gap. And another single taken. Once again, just pushed down the ground for another single. Once again, playing it on the leg side. This time it struck the pad and given by the umpire. Would you believe it? Big celebrations for the Jewels. Third one gone, and it's the big wicket of Sham. He's not happy at all with the decision given by the umpire. Well, Sham is saying that it was definitely going down the leg side, but the umpire thinks otherwise. And the third one gone, and the umpires also called for drinks. A roots and ritual wicket for Sabrinath. Right then, change of ends now. 86 for 3, the Park Tigers. And in comes Manish Mago. Well, he will be at the North Strikers end because the wicket came off the last delivery of the over. And has the game taken an interesting U-turn out here. Jamin is into the attack. The 7th bowling option for the Park Jewels. This time nicely pushed on the offside, straight to the fielder. And Manish is off the mark of his very first delivery. Well, how do they approach from here on? Once again, beautifully bowled by Jamin. This time straight to the fielder, so a dot delivery. Well, wanting to play a cross-batted shot. Whereas it should have been a straight bat shot because that was very much in line. Once again wanting to cut that one away. And it's beaten the wicket keeper. Nothing more than a single. Well, in fact, it's been signaled as run, so that will go down as a chance dropped by Keyur. Well, that could have been another wicket. And henceforth, Jamin was so disappointed. And once again, cut away. This time, he finds the boundary. What a beautiful shot. A black sphere 4 from Manish. Have a look at the power on that shot. Well, no footwork, but who needs footwork when you can hit that one so hard? And this time he goes big. Wow, what a strike. A black sphere 6, the longest one of this evening. Excellent ball striking right off the meat of the bat. And it's gone way back into the sand. So a 4 followed by a 6. And that is the end of the 11th now with the score at 99 for 3. Well, once again, a very good shot. This time straight down the ground. So that will bring up the 100 for the Park Tigers. 100 for 3 now after 11.1. And they have got it in some quick time out here. Well, still 8.5 overs left in the innings. 10 an over will get them to 190. At the current rate, they will reach 179. which will definitely be a competitive total. This time driven and straight to the fielder. He got a hand to it. And just a single. Once again hit hard through that leg side, but straight to the fielder. And this time it's gone high in the air. Chance, and it's dropped. My word. How costly will that prove to be? That could have been the wicket of Manish, who has already hit a 6 and a 4. Well, that was a big chance. And this time he beats the batter. So a rare dot delivery. Once again played on this leg side. It's gone straight to the man out there. So that is the end of the 12th over now, with the score at 104 for 3. So Mohit Agarwal continuing. Well, once again beautifully bowled. This time played away on the leg side. And this time it's gone straight up. But once again it lands safely. This time playing it along the carpet, down the ground. Well, a good comeback over this for Mohit Agarwal. He conceded 26 in his first 2. This time wanting to go big, won't quite carry to the fielder. Another single. So now one more delivery left in his 13th. Well, Deepesh at the moment on 23 of 24 deliveries, and you would feel that he needs to up the ante a little. And has he exactly done that? Yes, he has. A beautiful strike down the ground. A black sphere 6 for Deepesh. Well, once again, that just spoils the over for Mohit Agarwal, doesn't it? That will make it 9 of the over. And at the end of the 13th now, it is 114 for 3. Well, Sabrinath continuing in this 14th over. Once again hit hard down the ground. Single taken towards long off. Once again pushed through the offside. And this time it beats the keeper. And 5 more bonus runs for the Park Tigers. That's happened the second time in this innings now. And this time a beautiful shot by Deepesh. He gets another black sphere 4. Nicely cut away. And beats the fielders in the gap. now one more delivery left in this 14th. And once again played in the similar kind of region. Another boundary. Another black sphere 4 for Dipesh. And all of a sudden he's getting some quick runs out there. That will now be the end of the 14th over with the score at 131 for 3 for the Park Tigers. Well, Yash Thadeshwar continuing in this 15th over. Another single taken on the offside. Bringing Dipesh back on strike. Well, this partnership is building along very well. And as soon as I speak about the partnership, there is a wicket. Apologies for the commentator's curse. It's a roots and ritual wicket for Yash Thadeshwar. He gets his second. Well, wanting to play it across the line. And the ball goes on and crashes onto the off stump. And the fourth one gone for the Park Tigers. Well, Sufyan comes in here at number 6. Starts off with a dot delivery. Well, Sufyan comes in here at number 6. Starts off with a dot delivery. Well, Sufyan comes in here at number 6. Starts off with a dot delivery. Well, Sufyan comes in here at number 6. Starts off with a dot delivery. Well, Sufyan comes in here at number 6. Starts off with a dot delivery. Once again tossed up, played on this leg side, but there is protection out there. Another single. He's hit this one hard on that leg side. And it's gone through the fielder. It's a black sphere 4. And it's come out the bat of Manish once again. Well, not the best of the efforts out there in the field. He had a long way to move across towards it. He got his hand to it as well. But somehow it just manages to trickle away. Well, Yash Thadeshwar will not be happy at all with the boundary conceded. And now one more delivery left in this third. And it's a swing and a miss. So that is now the end of the 15th with the score at 137 for 4 for the Tigers. Right then, Ruchik Shah is back into the attack. He bowled a couple of overs early on with the new ball, 1 for 9 for him. So he's come out to bowl the 16th over. And you would assume that he would be bowling out his 4 overs, of course. He is the premium fast bowler, the captain himself. Played straight to the fielder on the offside. Good start. And this time it will be given as a wide by the umpire. A wayward delivery by Ruchik. Very unlike him. And this time played uppishly on the leg side. Well, not quite off the middle of the bat. It's gone straight to the fielder out there in the deep. And that's another swing and a miss. Once again, just played on the offside and beautifully played. It's placed to perfection on that offside. Excellent shot by Manish. A black sphere 4 with a diving effort in the end by the fielder. But just not good enough. Another boundary. Continuing to get some quick runs. Well, they will be having a launching pad for themselves in the last 4 overs or so. And there he goes once again. It's gone straight down the ground. But the fielder gets across. Extremely well done by Mohit. Just a single. So Sufyan back on strike and maybe an opportunity for Ruchik to try and strike once more. Just the 7 of the over so far. My word, what a delivery that is. How has he not managed to get a wicket on that one? Once again, beautifully bowled. It's gone right through bat and pad and into the hands of the wicketkeeper. That is now the end of the 16th over. Just 7 coming off it. It's 144 for 4. Right then, Mohit Agarwal is going to continue now. Well, they have used 7 bowling options, but still opting to go on with Mohit Agarwal, who has been very expensive today. 36 runs in his 3 overs. An interesting choice by the captain. Out here to bowl the 17th over. Up against Manish, and a swing and a miss to start off with. Finding a lot of turn on that occasion. Once again swinging it on the leg side. Big appeal. But the umpire not interested. So a couple of dots to start off this over. Excellent by Mohit. Well, definitely pitching outside the leg stump. He was never going to get out. Especially when coming around the wicket up against the right-hander. It becomes even more difficult for the right arm off spinner. So Sufyan just wanting to have a word with Manish. Once again, just pushed on the offside. Just a single. Well, a brilliant over in the context of the game. Just the 1 run of it halfway through it. And this time it's gone straight up. Chance of a catch and it's taken. So a roots and ritual wicket for Mohit Agarwal. Wow, what an over. He conceded 36 in his first 3. And now he gets a wicket and also just the 1 run of his first 4 deliveries. Big wicket. 145 for 5 now. Well, in comes Jimmy at number 7 to try and do some hard hitting out here. 20 more deliveries left in the innings. It's been an exceptional over this by Mohit Agarwal. And it seems like the decision to give him his 4th is turning out to be the correct one. Getting off the mark straight away, Jimmy, bringing Manish back on strike. And this time struck hard. So that will just spoil the over out here for Mohit Agarwal. A black sphere 4, slightly tossed up. And Manish, well, he's not going to miss out on that one. Beautifully struck. And that is now the end of the 17th. And also the 150 up for the Park Tigers. 150 for 5 now. So Ruchik Shah continuing here. He is into his final over. Well, he's been brilliant, hasn't he? One for 16 in his 3.1. He has been the key feature throughout this tournament for the Park Jewels as Ruchik Shah. And this time played on the leg side along the carpet. Once again played on the leg side. Refusing a single there, Jimmy. Well, how good is Ruchik? Especially in the death overs. Another dot delivery. And this time a wide delivery by Ruchik. A rare one. And this time it's gone straight up. Will that be taken? And just short of the fielder. And he's kept it down to just one. So that is now the end of the 18th over with the score at 154 for 5. Excellent by Ruchik, finishing his spell there. So in comes Yash Thadeshwar to bowl the penultimate over of the innings. 154 for 6. And it's gone straight up in the air. Sudeep Sinha is gone. First delivery. Third one for Yash. And the Tigers just not quite able to get going. Lose the 7th. Another roots and ritual wicket. Well, this time in search of some quick runs. And nicely taken by the fielder at long of 154 for 7 now. Well, in comes Yash Sangvi at number 9. And once again, a big heave towards the leg side, but only a single towards the fielder at deep in wicket. Brilliant this by the Jewels. Pulling things back, and how? Well, 190, even 200 was on the cards at one stage. And at the moment, even 180 is looking very difficult for the Tigers. Well, the Tigers have had their issues with the bat. And after that 15th over, it's starting to show once again. Especially after a bowler of Ruchik's caliber coming into bowl. Those couple of tight overs, and now Yash Thadeshwar. And also that brilliant over by Mohit Agarwal. Have a look at that delivery. Look at the amount of deviation on that one. Once again, beautifully bowled. And you would feel that Manish is a very lucky man that he did not connect. Because had he connected, it wouldn't have been off the middle of the bat. It wouldn't have been very pleasing for him to see what would have happened next. This time pushed on the offside, respecting the good delivery, and a quick single taken. Well, once again he goes big, plays it on the leg side. Single taken. Excellent over once again by Yash Thadeshwar. 3 for 17 in his 3.5. He's got one more left. Can he cap it off with another roots and ritual wicket? Well, it's played along the carpet and it's a boundary. A black sphere 4. Beautifully struck through the offside, and a much needed boundary. And that is now the end of the 19th with the score at 161 for 7. So the last over of this innings, and it's going to be Aditya to bowl it. So 161 for 7. How many more can they get in this last over? Yash doing the smart thing of bringing Manish on strike. He's got 5 deliveries left now, Manish. He has done some hard hitting. He scored 37 of 23. Can he get a few more lusty lows? At least a couple of them. Or can he at the least get himself to a half century? That will bring them up to the 175 mark. 13 more runs. That will do it nicely for the Park Tigers, which will be a very decent total. We have seen totals like those being defended. And there he goes. A black sphere 6 to start off. It's the onslaught. Manish showing the power that he possesses. Never easy hitting a 6 through the offside, where it might be the shorter side, but still, that went a long way. So he moves on to 43 now, Manish, 43 of 24. And he's got still 4 more deliveries left in this innings. 168 now. Can he push them to 180? This time struck down the ground, and he's taken the single, which will keep him off strike. Surprisingly, and will bring Yash Sangvi on strike. Well, Yash will have to once again play out a single and bring Manish back on strike, because he is at the moment striking the ball beautifully. What does he do? Or does he go for it, Yash? Well, once again hit hard and good bit of fielding, but it will only be a single. So they are into the 170s now, the Park Tigers. And Manish, he's got a couple of more deliveries left. A 6 and a 4 gets them to that 180 mark. And at the moment, Manish himself on 44, closing in on a half century. Well, the first plan should definitely be to keep Yash away from strike. He has to make sure that he faces both the deliveries. It is important for the Tigers. Well, it is an opportunity, especially up against Aditya. Well, that will be a wide delivery. So an extra run for the Tigers. Well, this last over just spoiling things out here for the Jewels. They had pulled things back ever so well. But now this over just spoiling all the momentum. And Manish, well, he's got a 6 already. Can he get another one here? Well, the Tigers might have lost their way, but this is a very decent total. We have seen scores like these being defended. And this time played behind square on that leg side. And that will run away to the boundary. Beautiful shot. A black sphere 4. He knows exactly where the fielders are. And he's placed that one to perfection. No one out there at fine leg. So they have moved on to 175 now. Another boundary. Well, a 4 will give them a target of 180, which will be more than decent. A 6 gets them above 180. Can he do it? Manish at the moment on 48 as well. Closing in on a half century. 48 of just 26. It's been an outstanding innings. Well, Aditya has been very expensive today. He conceded 13 in his first, 14 in his second so far. He's got one more left. So here we go then. Last delivery of this innings. And it struck hard through the offside. The fielder gets an important hand to it. They are coming back for the second, running for the hills. Will that be given as a run out? Not quite so. So Manish will get to his half century. 50 of just 27 deliveries. And the Park Tigers, they finished their innings at 177 for 7, which is a very decent total out here. 16 runs coming off that last over. And the target for the Park Jewels will be 178 when they come out to chase. And we will back for the chase on the other side. Right then, we are back here for the chase, and Mohit Agarwal and Keyur once again opening the innings. Naman with the new ball, straight away down the leg side, and it will go away to the boundary. What a start for the Park Jewels. A black sphere 4. And it's given us 5 wides by the umpire. So the Tigers who gave away, in fact the Jewels who gave away 10 runs in terms of 5 wides twice, have got 5 of those back on the very first delivery. Well, will that be given as another wide? Yes, it will be. So already 6 on the board without a delivery bowled for the Park Jewels, trying to chase this total down of 178. And finally, some runs off the bat. Another black sphere 4. This time of a legitimate delivery. A thick outside edge past the wicketkeeper. And already 10 on the board for the Park Jewels. Well, what a start this is. And that's another wide delivery. Well, Naman is really struggling out there now. Well, this time a big appeal and it's been given. A late reaction by the umpire. And a wicket in this very first over for Naman. Well, not sure exactly what is it given out for. But nonetheless, a early breakthrough for the Tigers. Just what they needed. And that will help Naman a lot. It's 11 for 1 after 2 deliveries. Well, in comes Shivam Kadam. So 2 left-handers out the crease now. Nicely pushed back on the offside. And this time struck hard. And a boundary for Shivam Kadam. A black sphere 4 to start his innings. Hit very hard down the ground. Well, they might have lost a wicket here, the Park Jewels, but they're off to a flyer. 15 already on the board after 4 deliveries. And this time very close to finding the outside edge. Well, beautifully bowled, just shaping away from the left-hander. And delivery is what Naman gets. Well, the Tigers don't only need to win this game, but they need to win it quite convincingly. This could be the chance. They have an early wicket. Can they get a few more inside these first 4 power play overs? This time tucked away on the leg side. Well, an opportunity of a run out. And Kayur makes it in time. So that is the end of the first over. Now with the score at 16 for 1. So Sham continuing now, and once again it beats the wicketkeeper. Will that run away? Well, the chase is on. The fielder does get across. And they come back for the third, is it? Well, in fact, just the second. So 3 more runs to the total. Already a lot of extras conceded here. This time it is Sham. Well, has he taken it? Yes, he has. He's plucked the apple of the tree. And the second early breakthrough for the Park Tigers. Well, this time it's the wicket of Shivam Kadam. Well, just looped up in the air, and Keyur, well, almost he got in the way of Sham. But Sham was not going to be bamboozled by it. Second one gone. Another roots and ritual wicket. And just the kind of the start that the Tigers won. 19 for 2 now, the Park Jewels. Well, in comes Raj Shah at number 4. Well, beautifully bowled by Sham. Pushed on the offside. This time nicely driven, but once again straight to the fielder by Raj Shah. Excellent over this by Sham. He considered those 3 wides first up, and then a wicket, and just pulling things back here. Well, this time charging down the wicket and another boundary. Excellent shot. A black spear 4 to get off the mark for Raj Shah. Well, once again beautifully bowled. Good comeback after conceding that boundary. One more delivery left in the second. Well, Sham knows the importance of taking some wickets inside this power play. They've already got 2. Once again driven and straight to the fielder. So that is now the end of the second over with the score at 23 for 2. Another successful one for the Tigers. So 23 for 2 after 2 overs. Keyur on the strike for the first time. The player of the match of the previous game. Scored those outstanding 80 odd. And then along with those catches and wicket keeping, excellent stumpings. Meanwhile, his side may be in a spot of bother here. Losing a couple of early wickets. 23 for 2. But he has been at the non-strikers end for the first 2 overs. And finally he is on strike, this time up against Sufyan, who is coming around the wicket. And Keyur has played that one in the air and it's beaten the fielder. And it will run away to the boundary. So another player coming in and just getting off the mark with the black sphere 4. Excellent shot. Hitting it past the fielder at mid-on. And the ball just racing away to the fence. So Keyur is up and running. Once again hit hard, this time straight to the fielder. This time given as a wide by the umpire. Well, that could be a bit harsh on the bowler. And Sufyan will have to reload it. Well, once again just pushed on the offside. Chance of a run out. And a direct hit would have made things extremely interesting. A risky single by Keyur. And this time driven. What a good shot. But there is protection out there. So just a single for Raj Shah. So now one more delivery left in this third over. It's the left-hand, right-hand combination, of course. So can be a bit annoying for the fielders and the bowler especially. Because every now and then he has to change his line and length. Especially the line. And this time it struck hard, but protection at long off, only a single. So that is now the end of the third over with the Park Jewels at 31 for 2. Well, another one gone. This time it is Keyur and Sham gets his second. Another Roots and Ritual wicket. Well, the Tigers are roaring. It was bowled right underneath the batter. And the off stump goes for a cartwheel. Third one gone. And the Park Jewels, well, losing wickets after wickets here, even after getting some quick succession runs. 31 for 3. Right then, in comes Yash Thadeshwar. Well, the Tigers need to win this game by a big margin, and they are off to a flyer here. They have got 3 early wickets. Can they keep on continuing to get those Roots and Ritual wickets? They need 7 more. Can they win this game by a big margin of somewhere around 70 or 80? They're in with a chance here after taking these early wickets. But they need to continue to be attacking here. And Sham is doing exactly that. 2 for 7, it is 1.1. Well, once again played on this leg side. It won't quite find the gap. The fielder as well, just a single. So Yash Thadeshwar, he is off the mark of his very first delivery. With a good looking shot towards that leg side. Well, this time turned away on the leg side. The chase is on. The fielder does really well. Good footwork. Keeps that one in. And a couple of runs taken. Well, that was... It felt for a moment it is going away for a boundary for all money. But good footwork. Saving a couple of runs for his side. This time hit hard through the leg side and it will run away to the boundary. This time it's going away for a boundary for sure. A black sphere 4 for Raj Shah. Well, the intent is clear. They want to get some quick runs even after losing those wickets. Once again, beautiful bowled. Good comeback this. Very close to finding the outside edge. Brilliantly bowled. This time hit hard, back to the bowler. Well, chance of a run out. One stump to him and it's a direct hit and it's given. Why did they go for that run? Another wicket inside this power play. Well, this is what it means to the Tigers here. 4 gone now. Another Roots and Ritual wicket. Excellent piece of fielding by Sham off his own bowling. Well, there was never a run there. He had one stump to aim at. And he's hit it. He's hit the bullseye. And the Park Jewels, they are losing their way here. 38 for 4 now at the end of the 4th. Well, Sufyan is bowling this 5th over. And he's bowled 3 consecutive dot deliveries up against Aditya. Once again, what a delivery. Beats the batter. 4 consecutive dots for Sufyan Jaka. This time nicely driven, but straight to the fielder out there in the deep. Sudip Sinha collecting that one. So just the 2 runs of the over, and Yash is back on strike. And it's a swing and a miss. It will stay at only 2. That is the end of the 5th. 40 for 4 now, the Park Jewels. So Naman bowling the 6th over. Starts off with a wide delivery. And this time a wide delivery. So a couple of wides to start off with for Naman. It's just not been his day so far. He might take in a wicket, but he's been very expensive. This time much better by Naman. Finally the first legitimate delivery of the 6th over. So Naman coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Nicely played away on the offside and a misfield. Will that run away to the boundary? Well, not quite so. Does not have enough legs. So a couple of runs taken by Yash. And this time picked up on the leg side. Single taken towards Sudeep Sinha once again, the man in the deep. Well, that's another dot delivery. So that is now the end of the 6th over with the score at 47 for 4. Well, that will bring up the 50 for the Park Jewels. Well, they might have lost 4 wickets, but they have somehow managed to reach this 50-run mark. Sham bowling his third over in search for those wickets, and not the best of the starts. Signal as 4 byes by the umpire. Once again, just played on this leg side. The keeper is after it. Only a single. Well, once again it struck the pad and Sham cannot believe how has the finger not been raised by the umpire. Well, coming around the wicket. Let's have a look at that one once again. Well, it's pitched right in front and maybe just missing the off stump. Once again just pushed on the leg side. Another single taken. Well, once again tossed up and a diving effort by Sham. Well, almost holding on to it. That was almost the wicket number 5. Well, he's an excellent all-round cricketer, Sham. And well, everything has gone well for him today. And you would feel even that could have been taken. Once again, just pushed on the offside. That is now the end of the 7th over with the score at 54 for 4 for the Park Jewels. So Yash on strike at the start of this 8th over, continuing its spin. Well, Manoj, who got them off to a flyer, continuing here with the ball. This time cut away, but once again straight to the fielder. Another dot delivery. The pressure keeps on rising on the Park Jewels. Once again wanting to go big, this time straight to the fielder on the offside. So 3 consecutive dots for Manoj. This time played in the air. And a misfield. Will that go away to the boundary? Yes, it does. So a black sphere 4. Well, totally unfortunate for Manoj. And that should have been stopped. Well, it's mistakes like these which really shift momentum. And does that do the trick for the Park Jewels here? This time it's cut away, but it's gone straight to the fielder. And now one more delivery left in this 8th. Just the 4 runs coming off it. That too off a misfield. Once again a big heave towards the leg side. Well, there is a lot of protection out there on the leg side, and he's kept it down to just 1. That is now the end of the 8th over, with the score at 15-9 for 4 for the Park Jewels. So Jimmy continuing here in this 9th over. Starting off with a wide delivery and now a dot. Well, 118 required of 71. The asking rate is close to 10. Almost touching 10 in fact. 9.97 at the moment. And the Jewels, well, they will need these two to keep on continuing as long as possible. Another wide delivery. This time nicely driven. Beats the fielder inside the circle. Gets a single towards long off. Well, Aditya, he's been struggling at the moment. 3 of 12 for him. Another quick single taken. Well, it's been pretty long since the last boundary, apart from that misfield in the previous over. Well, at the moment, trying to take the game deep here, the Park Jewels. Wanting to stay in this contest. Once again, hit hard down the ground. Just a single towards long on. This time a swing and a miss. Misses out completely. And now one more delivery left in this 9th over. Just the 5 runs coming off it. Of this Jimmy over. Once again, nicely driven. Just a single towards long off. That is now the end of the 9th with the score at 65 for 4 for the Park Jewels. Well, Sham is into his final over. 2 for 16. Make that 2 for 17 with that single. Well, happy to knock the ball around at the moment, Aditya and Yash. But they are a long way behind in this chase at the moment. 112 required of 64 deliveries. And Sham is in here to try and take another breakthrough. He's got 4 more deliveries left and he wants to break this partnership desperately. This time it's a low full toss played on the leg side. The chase is on and the ball within the race. So a black sphere 4, a welcome 4 for the Park Jewels. Much needed. Well, another boundary coming off the bat of Yash Thadeshwar, but he needs Aditya to join him as well. Both of them have played 17 deliveries. Yash is on 16 and Aditya is on 6. Goes to show the difference between the two. And an innings like that will only increase some pressure. He needs to go at least at a runner ball from here on, Aditya. This time in the air, and it's fallen short of the fielder and will go away for another black sphere 4. This time through the offside. Back-to-back boundaries for Yash Thadeshwar. Well, that should have been stopped. He was confused if to go for the catch or no. In the end, decided to do nothing. And Sham will not be pleased at all. He's come in here to take wickets and he's conceding boundaries. Well, this time a much better delivery by Sham. Well, this time he wanted to defend some runs, Sham, and that is what happens when you are trying to attack, you're trying to take some wickets. All of a sudden you concede a boundaries and then you think about how to not concede runs. That is exactly the perfect example shown by Sham. Well, that is a mental block, of course, for the bowlers. This time beats the batter very close to finding the outside edge. So that is now the end of the 10th over with the score at 74 for 4 and the umpires have called for drinks. Well, Jimmy once again starting off with a couple of wides, and that has been his issue. Still 102 more required for the Park Jewels. This time played back to the bowler. Well, in fact, the appeal is for a catch. My word, ultimate drama. Umpires converging. Well, the umpires think it was a bum ball, and even I feel that it was a bum ball initially. How will the umpires cope with this? Well, a big moment in this game, and it's given out. Wow. No one in this ground felt that was out apart from the players of the Park Tigers. And in fact, it's the correct decision in the end. He's gone. Another roots and ritual wicket, 5 down. And when Aditya departs, it might be a blessing in disguise, you might feel, for the Park Jewels. He was on 6 of 18 deliveries, departs here for 6 of 19. And the Park Jewels, they are 76 for 5 now. Right then, in comes Hardik at number 7. Gets off the mark instantly. And another misfield, another black sphere 4. Well, how lucky has Yash Thadeshwar been today? That should have been a consolidatory single, and once again, a misfield allows them to get 4 runs. Well, finally, they need less than 100 from your on the park. Jewels once again struck hard. This time straight to the fielder who is inside the circle. Sham, the fielder there. And now one more delivery left in this 11th. And this time played behind square and beautiful stop. That is now the end of the 11th over with the score at 81 for 5 for the Park Jewels. Well, Manoj continuing and all of a sudden getting some boundaries. This time it's Hardik. First black sphere 4 for Hardik. Crunched through the offside. And the fielder, well, he got across, but no chance for him to stop it because that is how hard it was hit. And back-to-back boundaries for Hardik Matalia. Another black sphere 4. All of a sudden getting some quick runs. Some valuable runs out here. Well, all of a sudden that break in momentum has just shifted some momentum in the batting favor. Well, 89 required of 52 now. And they are very much in this game here, the Park Jewels now. Especially if these two keep on carrying in this fashion. Hardik, just 3 deliveries in and striking at 300. Once again, cut away, but this time the fielder will stop it. A single taken. So coming around the wicket now, Manoj, and it's played nicely by Yash Thadeshwar. Playing that one down the ground, single taken. And this time the fielder collects it, so the applauds. Well, last time it didn't quite work out well for him. It went right through the hands and the legs. Once again hit hard down the ground. And another misfield. Another boundary. What's happening out there? Another black sphere 4 once again, where it should have been just a single. It's been struck hard and he beats the fielder. Well, once again tossed up by Manoj. This time just a single. So that is now the end of the 12th over. Big over this for the Jewels. It's 96 for 5. So a change in the bowling. It is going to be Rajiv Gokani to continue now in this 13th over. Well, 82 required from 48. And the game, well, it seems like it's very much in the balance out here. Especially with the way Hardik Matalia has been striking the ball. He's just come in and turned the game around. He's got 3 fours and 3 singles, 15 of 6 at the moment, supporting Yash Thadeshwar. This time pushed on the leg side. Another single taken. And once again, it's gone right through. Will that run away to the boundary? Not quite so. Excellent stop. Brilliantly done there by the fielder. And it's been given as a no ball by the umpire. So now a free hit. Well, we hope that the fielder is all right. In the effort of trying to stop the ball, he just went outside. Not only the boundary line, but also outside the ground. And we hope that he's done no damage. Well, that brings up the 100 for the Jewels. 100 for 5 now. 78 required of 47. And now a free hit for Yash Thadeshwar. Well, you would fancy him to go big because he's been at the crease for 26 deliveries. Can he make the most of this one? So free hit delivery, and it's a very good one by Rajiv Gokani. He gets away with it. The wicketkeeper couldn't quite hold on to it, given as a bye by the umpire. And this time played on the offside. Once again hit hard. It's beaten the bowler. And putting a dive in, and it's gone right through. Another boundary. Another black sphere 4. Brilliantly placed in the end. And now 73 required of 44. This time struck hard, and it's hit straight as charm. Well, that is going to sting a little. A good stop in the end. It's a dot delivery. Well, it seems like we are in here for a thriller, especially if Hardik and Yash can keep on batting in this fashion. One more delivery left for Rajiv Gokani. Once again tossed up, hit hard, and it's beaten the fielder. Another black sphere 4 for Hardik. Well, they're turning it around here, these two. And that will end the 13th over with the score now at 109 for 5. So another change in the bowling is going to be Ashish Mehta to continue, and he starts off with an absolute beauty. A dot delivery. And at this stage of the game, a dot delivery is absolutely gold dust. 69 required of 41 from here on. A little more than 10 and over. Another swing and a miss. Beautifully done. Well, that is exactly why he's been brought into bowl here, Ashish Mehta, with the old ball. Once again, nicely done. So 3 consecutive dot deliveries. And all of a sudden, the pressure once again on the batters, even after that big previous over. And this time played behind square. What a good shot that is by Yash Tadeshwar. A delicate touch. And a delicate black sphere 4. Well, that is the issue with the bowlers, you would feel. They bowl those dot deliveries and all of a sudden a boundary just shifts momentum. And also just gets those runs back. Well, we have already seen some thrillers in this Park Cricket League season number 1. And I think we are in here for another one. This partnership is growing ever so well. It's getting some quick runs. This time nicely driven. Straight to the field and it's a misfield. It's gone right through. Well, how many times have we seen that? And a single taken. One more delivery left in this 14th, and Hardik Matalia is on strike. Where it seems like he's taking a mockery of it because he is standing way outside the off stump. Pretty unusual for any batter. And now he is onto the stumps. A bit of play act. And once again hit hard. It's past Ashish. And also past Sham. That is a single. So that is now the end of the 14th. Excellent over just the 6th of it. It's 115 for 5 now for the Park Jewels. So Sufyan Jaka continuing here, starts off with a wide delivery. Well, 62 required of 36 from around 10.5 and over. Very much gettable, especially the way Hardik has been striking the ball. 25 of 12 for him, striking at more than 200. And also Yash, who is playing an important hand. Well, he's taken 3 wickets already earlier today. Yash been very economical and scoring these crucial 32 runs, taking this game right till the end. And definitely a shout out for the reboot man of the match, and a brilliant delivery, and it's been given by the umpire. And Hardik cannot believe it. 6 gone for the Jewels. A roots and ritual wicket. Well, once again against the run of play, that partnership was cruising out here for the Jewels. And this is a big moment in this game. 116 for 6 now. Well, that will be another wide delivery. This time the wicketkeeper couldn't quite collect it. So a couple of more runs to the total. Well, the bowler is struggling. So Praveen Jain on strike now. Well, they should have taken a single there, but they decided against it in the end. Well, this time charging down the wicket. It's gone straight up in the air. And somehow it manages to land safely. And a couple of runs taken. And has that gone through the gavel? Not quite so. Excellent effort out there in the field. A very good stop. So one more delivery left in this 15th. It's a full toss and he's missed out on that one, Yash. And he will get a single. So that is now the end of the 15th. Well, a big mix-up in the end, but sent back at the right time. So that is now the end of the free. The score at 123 for 6. 54 required of the last 5 overs. Well, Ashish Mehta continuing, and he is continuing to bowl beautifully out here. He's been excellent. He's conceded just 6 runs so far in his 1.1 overs. A boundary also coming unfortunately up against him. This time a single taken. Well, they won't mind this. The Park Tigers. Well, Ashish Mehta is someone who likes to go quickly through his overs. Well, as you can see, a bit of dew out there now, which might favor the batting team, but the task is an uphill one. So for the first time up against the right-hander is Ashish Mehta. Praveen Jain. And it's a swing and a miss. Wanting to go big. Well, this is actually totally brilliant by Ashish, especially in the context of the game. This time charging down the wicket. Good feeling of his own bowling. Another dot delivery. And the asking rate is now gone above 12. 53 required of 26. More than 2 runs a delivery. Excellent stuff by Ashish Mehta. He's stealing the show at the moment. Another swing and a miss. Once again, very close to the off stump. Well, this time a big appeal, maybe for a stumping, but the umpire not interested. This is really good by Ashish. Well, once again, beautifully bowled. That's bowled inside the tramline. Another dot delivery. What an outstanding over. Just the 1 run coming off it. And at the end of the 16th, now it's 125 for 6 for the Park Jewels. Right then, Sufyan continuing now in this 17th over. Once again hit hard through the offside, but straight to Sham. Just a single. Brings Praveen Jain back on strike. Well, how underrated is that over? The previous one by Ashish Mehta. Just the one run coming off it. Well, 54 was required of 30 deliveries, and you would feel that the batting side was in the game. And all of a sudden, that one run over puts the asking rate above 13. 13.57 now after that single. Bringing Praveen Jain on strike. 52 required of 23, and they need some firepower now. Desperately, the Park Jewels. That single by Yash, bringing Praveen back on strike. Continuing with that left-hand, right-hand combination. And this time he's gone over the infield, has he? Well, there is a fielder out there at long on. Protection out there. Single taken. Brings Yash back on strike. Well, remember, this is the power surge over. Can they make the most of it here? Well, 51 required of 22 for the Jewels. Well, you might think that the Tigers need a victory desperately here, but even the Jewels, well, they would be hoping to get a victory here to try and secure their place in that top 3. Because if they lose here, they will have to depend on the results of the other games, which they wouldn't want. So this game is exactly as important for the Jewels as it is for the Tigers. And this time wanting to play it behind square. Once again straight to the fielder, out there a third man, another single. And singles is what they wouldn't be minding at all. The Tigers. This time charging down the wicket. What a strike! My word, where has that one come from by Praveen Jain? A black sphere 6 and a much needed 6. Releases a lot of pressure. Well, that is maybe an announcement that they're still in this game here. Once again charging down the wicket. This time he beats the batter much better by Sufyan, and a throw by the wicketkeeper. Well, an unnecessary one, you would feel. They steal a bye. And that single brings Yash back on strike. One more delivery left in the 17th. Once again, beautifully bowled. So a dot delivery to end the over. That is now the end of the 17th with the score at 135 for 6 for the Park Jewels. Right then, Ashish Mehta continuing. He's been superb so far. Well, a couple of runs taken. Nicely dug out. Praveen Jain, well, he's trying to do a job here for his side. The asking rate is closing on to 15s now. 41 required of 17. Well, this time in the air. And he's dropped the catch. It was an absolute sitter. My word, how costly will that be? Well, that should have been taken. And Ashish Mehta, well, he's not impressed at all with his fielder there. That was an absolute dolly. My word, has he dropped the game there? 40 required of 16. Still a tall task for the Jewels. But that could have been the wicket of Praveen Jain, the hard-hitting Praveen Jain. So Ashish coming around the wicket now to Yash Thadeshwar. He's hit this one in the air and he's gone. A wicket for Ashish Mehta. Well, he's deserved it. A roots and ritual wicket. And that should be game, set and match. Well, hard luck to Yash Thadeshwar. He has stood out there tall and strong, but has to depart. It's 138 for 7 now. My word, what a strike by Praveen Jain once again. A much needed one. A black sphere 6. That keeps them in the game still. 33 required of 13 now. And a 6 up against Ashish Mehta, who has been so economical throughout. Right then, 33 needed of 12, and Naman is into the attack, bowling this penultimate over of the game. Manish Agarwal, he's done his job. He's taken the single and brought Praveen Jain back on strike. Once again, nothing more than a single. And they won't mind this, the Tigers. 31 required of 10. They need a couple of lusty blows and desperately. And charging down the wicket, and the ball goes on and crashes onto the stumps. The off stump is off the ground. And a breakthrough. A wicket for Naman. It's his second, a roots and ritual wicket. And the Park Jewels are now 147 for 8. And it's safe to say now maybe that the Tigers have maybe just done enough. So in comes Sabrinath. Well, he's played that one in the air straight away. Just a single. So the equation now 30 from 8. Praveen Jain on strike. He's hit a couple of lusty blows already. He's got 2 more deliveries left in this over. Can he get a couple more to try and bring the target down to 20 or even lesser? Well, Naman has bowled an exceptional over so far. He was very expensive early on today, but this one has been top notch. Just 3 coming off it so far and a wicket. All right, then it is going to be Ashish Mehta. Well, he has bowled the 14th, 16th, 18th, and now he's bowling the 20th. And it's gone right through. My word, a misfield again. Another black sphere 4. And Praveen Jain, well, he's keeping them in this one. 21 required of 5 now. Wow, a perfect start to this last over for Praveen Jain. Well, Ashish Mehta, he has been very economical. So 21 needed of 5 now. Can he go big here? Well, it's a swing and a miss and a peel by. So that double just allows them to make it 19 required of 3. So 3 sixes will get us to a super over. Can Praveen Jain do the unthinkable? Well, it's hit hard and one bounce and over the rope. So a black sphere 4. Well, don't think that they will mind this. This time a thick outside edge and the ball will race away to the fence once again. Well, the Park Jewels, they are inching closer. But 11 of 1 delivery is not going to happen unless there's a wide or a no ball included. Is there more drama in this one? Well, all Ashish Mehta has to do is just bowl one more legitimate delivery. He's done an outstanding job out here. 1 for 31 and is 3.5. That one over, that 16th over where he gave away just the 1 run, shifted the momentum completely in the favor of the Tigers. So here we go then. One more delivery left. And it's played on the leg side. And it's run away to the boundary. So another boundary to end the innings. And the Park Tigers, well, they have won this one, but they have won it by just 6 runs. It has been an outstanding performance by both the sides, you would feel. But the Park Tigers ending up on top in this one. In this match number 12 of the Park Cricket League. We will be back tomorrow with another game. Until then, goodbye.